About the moon and stars, come to me through fire and war. Oh, oh, come Nerevar, come and look upon the heart, upon the heart. Oh, lay down your weapons, it is not too late for my mercy. Oh, oh, come and look upon the heart, upon the heart. Oh, 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 I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Nerevar.
Twitch chat.
I'm a god.
Twitch chat. Sorry, I was eating. The food was good.
I'm a god.
I tried not to choke on the food. Hi everybody. What you eating? It's like I don't know the name of it in English. It's like some sticky rice with like mushrooms and meat and other stuff, and they wrap it in like some really big banana leaf, and then you steam it for like half an hour, and that shit's so good. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm a god. How can you kill a god?
Yeah.
Shame on you, sweet Nerevar. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god.
Dig, that sounds like a fantastic dream. Gonna be lurking still at work?
I'm a god.
Don't worry, we're vibing today. We're gonna get a job today. We got a promotion.
There is no escape.
We got a promotion.
No recall or intervention can work in this place. There is no escape. No recall or intervention can work in this place.
How many more endings are there
There is no escape.
in this
No
ultra
recall or intervention can work
deluxe
in this place.
giga version of Stanley Parable?
How can you kill a god? What
The grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god! How can you kill a god?
Shame on you, sweet Nerevar. I'm a god.
Yeah, get the flowchart out. I'm a god. I'm a god. I'm a god. This music is so good.
I'm a god.
Actually, my favorite is Running in Circles. I'm not gonna play it again. My second favorite is Star. Because holy fuck. What a banger! It's such a banger. Hey, skip the opening. Come on. Get to the good stuff. Why is this flowchart so big? That's what I like to hear. I love girthy flowcharts. Ma'am, is your stomach missing? Yeah, we didn't have the budget for a stomach. Yeah, we got like some girthy flowcharts. This song is a banger. I'm turning it up so I'll have to listen to it. It's so good.
You're a perfect person for a guy like me, and your eyes are shiny like a double sea. I wish you could be mine for eternity. Could you please be mine? Hey, you trapped my soul, you broke my law. I think you're fake, cause you broke my heart. Stole my heart, trapped my soul, like a superstar. Start, cause you're my star. Start, a superstar. Start, cause you're my star.
Since I'm off for this one, I can look at the flowchart too. You're gonna see the girthy flowchart. I have no idea what you guys are. That many more endings? Oh, I'm so excited. Oh my gosh. You're a perfect person for a guy like me.
And I know for sure that we are meant to be. If your heart is locked, then I may have
forcing you guys to vibe. Do you prefer your flowcharts to be girthy or long? I make an exception. It needs to be both. Exactly. Oh, and my other favorite song is actually the entire fucking album.
Welcome to Lucia.
Wait. I was already listening to it. This song is literally called Drink Water.
Drink water, bitch. Oh, drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Oh, drink water, drink
That's basically
water,
the
drink
entire song.
water, bitch. Oh, drink
That's
water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Brush your teeth every day. Oh, don't play too many games. Oh, only 3 hours a day. Oh, respect your parents. Okay. Oh, love your mom, love your dad. Always say please and thank you. Oh, if you say words like fucking shit, now come to your house and spank you. Oh, don't say nigga, it's
Grad
bad.
is gonna spank
Respect
you.
your love
Also, I
on
found out
racist.
your grad is actually
Even
good.
Khajiit, even Ardoni's. It's better to wash your faces.
I know
Oh,
nothing
there's
about
also
it.
clothes in
I
your
was watching
feet.
Instagram
I
today.
don't buy your Gucci belt and
Like,
you
I'm on the side.
use your usual one to hold your pants. Oh, drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Oh,
I've
drink
never played
water, drink
Skyrim.
water, drink water, bitch. Oh, drink
All the
water, drink
games.
water, drink water, bitch. Oh, drink water, drink
Hello.
water, drink water, bitch. Respect the ladies and old people, even if they're Khajiit. I have sucked their intestines out and get that fucking yeet. Always praying to the mad god. Don't try to grow a beard. If you try to grow a beard, you will fucking die. Don't drink Coke and Pepsi. Oh, drink only water and milk, or else your bones will be weak. Like in Skyrim. Oh, I got the boost. I got the.
I know. I was making you guys jam.
Water is health is fucking.
Hi, everybody.
Drink water, drink water.
I think you said Skyrim. I haven't played Skyrim. I haven't played Oblivion. I haven't played any of those games. I want to play them though.
Oh, drink water, drink water, bitch.
Oh, and this one's also really good.
In the kitchen.
Saucin'.
I've been
Anyways, it's time to get to work, chat. Is the mic a little low? No, I think I'm just really far from the mic. Let me adjust this. Ugh. I'm not I still don't have a good desk setup. Also, I'm still really awkward about speaking into a microphone. Because I'm weird. I don't know how it goes. Streaming is hard. Talking into a mic is scary. Can you be less far from us? How's this? Is this one better? I'm right in your ear. Who's been a good boy? Well, good boys go to work. No subtitles. English subtitles. Perfect. Wait. Whoa, what's wrong with my game? Uh-oh. Remove. No. I had to fix it. Please hold. Please hold. I'm already working. Peepo sad. Why is it this one? This is not right. It's not right. Ah, there you go. I fixed it. I fixed it. I'm a gold gamer. Oh no. I'm a professional. Professional streamer. Professional streamer. Alright. Have you played? Should I say no? Because I don't want it to like skip the endings. I don't mind seeing them again. Yeah, you're right. I should be honest. I have played. I hope it just skips like the tutorial. Adjust the slide. It's... Wait, this is crazy. Time to get a job. Time to get a job.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Yippee!
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number
Is it loud
427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him
Buttons!
through a monitor on his
Buttons!
desk, telling him what buttons to push,
Stanley
how long to
Derry,
push
my
them,
beloved.
and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
He was happy.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget.
Oh my god, I gotta
He
clean
had
my
been at his
desk.
desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong.
No, Stanley's
Shocked,
alone.
frozen solid, Stanley found himself
No.
unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Oh, right. Oh my god. Sorry, let me just controls. Oh my god, why is it so fast? Oh, this is fast. This is no. I can't. I can't. Oh, you know what? We're gonna deal with it. It's not too bad. It's just way too fast. All right. Well. Click. You know how to get good? True. All right.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I swear there used to be a window here. How many endings have you seen? Pretty much all of the ones in the original game. And apparently there seems to be a lot in this version. I'm so excited!
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
You know the
he
drill,
entered
Twitch
the door on
chat.
his left.
You know the drill.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
27 names.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Do what he says the first time? Fuck no, I'm not doing that.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Lol.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Lol, we're not going that way. First order of business. Yippee!
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death.
Do a flip.
Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
That had to be the first one.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Now do it again. The infinite death
When
loop.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow. Yes, this room. What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room. Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room. Life without having experienced this room was now too horrible even to consider.
This is like your Japanese isekais.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
I wish you could jump.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy
What?
and reflected poorly on his overall personality.
Ugh.
It's possible that this is why everyone left.
That's so mean.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
Nah. Surely there has to
Stanley
be
was
new
so
stuff
bad at
in
following
this.
directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero
Danger
consideration for
everywhere.
others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
I don't feel like it.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
What if I'm colorblind?
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
What if I'm colorblind?
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first
the
place.
endings that we've
Broken
known,
rooms,
we've
exposed
seen.
developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you?
Yeah.
Do not think I put a lot of time into that, because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Okay.
Okay, I'm
How
going
it
to
gives me
stop
the
you
baby
there.
game
Now,
again.
tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. A 1? I mean, I can understand if you had reservations, you saw ways the game could be improved to more fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a 1? That's not even helpful. What am I supposed to do with that?
It means it's shit.
But I guess it isn't my place to judge. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version.
Oh.
And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park.
What do
with
you
this
mean?
one. Let's take a look.
What do you mean my previous playthrough? It knows? It knows about my first playthrough of the other game? I hope Stalin's not above. Mussolini is still above me! What the fuck?
Now, would you say
What the
that
fuck?
competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
Yeah.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you?
I hope I get to
Perfect.
kill
Let
the
me boot it
baby.
up.
Yes!
In this game, the baby crawls
Die!
left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course,
You're
the
gonna
message
die.
of the game only becomes clear once you've been
What the
playing
baby
it for
doing?
about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours
The
of play
baby's gonna
to make
die.
sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
We're gonna watch the baby die now. Die! Die!
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies?
You
or
could do the
purely
4-hour
to
ending?
spite
I'm not
me?
sure if
Because if it's the
I'm not
latter,
sure if I
well,
wanna
don't
hold
know
you
what
guys
to do. I'm
hostage.
completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here?
Is it gonna be the Minecraft ending again?
Yes. This seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Oh! Firewatch!
Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our
So
backstory?
cool.
What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on
I've never
innocent
played it.
civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental
gorgeous.
depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley.
Can't go out.
And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Oh, we get to go out. Who fire watches the fire watch? Wow. Wow. Pretty. Okay, wait. There's some cool propane tanks. I can't use it. I want it to blow something up. It is pretty. Whoa.
Oh no. No, 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 it can't be. It is. It's an open world game.
It's an open
Good
world
God, quickly
game.
block it off.
No, no.
Oh,
Oh God.
goodness, Stanley, what a close call.
It's like Attack on
I
Titan.
really wandered off into that
Dun 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 dun
thing,
dun dun
that
dun
big,
dun.
open, just wandering around, no right or
dun,
wrong
dun,
directions,
dun,
no
dun,
path
dun,
to follow.
dun.
You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of
Fuck.
the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here.
No.
Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
No.
Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
No. What the fuck?
Wonderful. See,
What
this is
the
exactly what I had in
fuck?
mind. Just a
Rocket
nice big
League?
box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now
Rocket
this
League?
is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
Oh my God. Wait.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley.
Sports
I think
ball.
It's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay,
Sports
Stanley,
ball.
here's the ball. Have fun.
Where? Oh, ball. 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 Ball.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my
Ball.
miserable little story that I worked so
Ball.
hard on? Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more
Multiple
euphoric
balls.
sports
You hear that,
experience.
Chet?
I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball.
No. Okay, that's already getting
Yes.
annoying.
Oh, goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm
Balls,
like a child in a
balls,
confectionery shop.
balls.
I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable.
Same.
More balls.
More. Oh my God. There's a lot of balls. I like balls.
Hold on. What are you doing?
Oh, I didn't. Oh.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow
Wait.
you there. I can't help you. How will
I
you
didn't
write
mean
a
to
story
do
without me? You
that.
can't do it. You know that, don't you?
No, my balls. Oh, that's fucking scary. This is so scary. My office. I'm always safe in my office. This doesn't look like my office. I hate
wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice. And if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it.
No, I
He'll
want to know
understand
what I
soon
would
what
get
I was
with
trying to
more.
tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back.
I'll be back.
The end will be here soon.
The end is never
Very
the end. The
soon.
ever.
I can wait.
People wait. The end is never the end. Is never the end. Is never the end.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
My friends.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What's the ideal ball size? Like a nice little handful, you know? With some girth to it.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to
Also, is the
admire
game
it.
loud enough?
The lounge was sublime, a work of art.
I can make it a
But
little louder.
eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Let's go talk to our wife. I kind of miss her.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Let's go talk to our wife.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
Me?
There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
My wife.
Please, stop
Hi,
trying to make
Lalo.
every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking
We got
for
Ultra
me,
Deluxe.
I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside.
Wife, wife,
To let her back into your life.
wife, wife,
She's
wife,
been waiting.
wife, wife, wife. Oh,
That's
wife.
her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you
There's
can
so many
truly
cigarette
place
butts.
your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
I don't know what's different so far. I've been.
Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
My wife. My wife.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife?
No.
Who would commit their life to you?
What?
I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's
My
really
wife is
going
hot?
on here.
Don't fucking flirt with my wife.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Cute.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him.
Gonna flirt with our
And every
wife
button
again.
that he pushes is a reminder of the
Hey, babe.
inconsequential nature of his existence.
How's it going?
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going
Chad is you and his
home.
wife. This is
Now
Chad. This
he's
is Twitch
coming
Chat
back
right
to
here.
work. One might even feel sorry for him.
Twitch Chat,
except
you're
that
so
he's chosen this
adorable.
life.
Mwah.
But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of
Holds
new
her
lands.
hand.
It was wonderful. And each day
Blushes.
that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen
Giggles.
to him. And so he began to fantasize about his
No,
own
my
job.
TV.
First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the
No.
earth. The thought excited him terribly.
G to spend time with the boys.
So he went further.
We have
He
kids,
imagined that he
Twitch
came
Chat.
to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
Press B to prepare
As he
to.
wandered
Ah!
through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible
monotony
paths
of
and
life.
destinations.
So
Down one
tragic.
path lay an enormous
So
round
sad.
room with monitors and mind controls. and down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions.
The yellow line,
and down
TM.
another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
He said the word. He said the name.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again.
How
and
many kids? We got
again,
4.
Over and over, wishing beyond
And
hope
one
that
more
it would
on the
never
way.
end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
Press C to tell your wife that you love her. Wife, I know we haven't spent a lot of time together because I've been so focused on work. So we can make sure our kids have food and a roof over our heads and a comfortable bed to procreate on. Everything I do is for you.
But there is no answer. How could there possibly be?
My
In
wife!
reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets. The more he forgets
I don't
which
like it
life is
here
the real
anymore.
one.
Press H to go to sleep.
And I'm trying to tell him this. That in this world he can never be anything but an observer. That as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it. You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see?
Ken,
How
what do
can
you
I make
mean
him
so
look at
far
himself?
looks suspiciously the same? He.
I suppose I can't. Not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time.
Look up.
And I tried again.
Please die.
And Stanley pushed a button.
Okay.
And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
It's laughing to lighten up the mood. We're working in a dead-end job. Providing for a wife who doesn't love us. How is that gonna lighten up the mood? Huh?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Smile. No, don't smile. That's very sussy. I'm sussed out. Wink? New content?
Oh, new content?
Oh,
What does that mean?
Well, that's so
New
scary.
Content.
I think we're gonna die. I think we're gonna die. Ah. Huh? What the fuck?
Hello, and
Oh.
thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video
Good luck?
game
What do you mean,
released in
good luck?
2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley
What is
Parable
happening?
Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley
More.
Parable, delighting audiences
Smile.
the world over. Please step inside and see what thrilling new
Also,
adventures
hi, bonus
await
snacks.
in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
New content.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Yippee! I thought that was a toilet for some reason. What if I go back? No, okay, nothing.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Adventure!
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's
New
on to the
content.
new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Content, 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 content.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
God. The fuck?
All right.
New
let's
content.
See. It's the jump circle?
I'm jumping, I'm jumping, I'm jumping. Is that it? But I wanted more. Oh, okay.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley,
I hope I get to
have
jump
to
some
say,
more.
Initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content?
Exciting new
This is
content.
Then I could just
I
read you the
love
whole
content.
dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there.
20
Hell, I
hours?
could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
What the fuck? I don't want to go. All right. Thank you for enjoying the new
That's it?
content.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone
Fucking
into it.
game
In fact, I'm
devs.
looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them
On Twitter?
personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm
X.
afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
What?
Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Psych.
Oh, you don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. You're a dork anyway, so who cares?
Yep, you want candies kind of thing. That's so true. My new content.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first time understood true happiness. Then the feeling went away, and he felt sad again. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
We're vibing this time around. We're gonna go through doors based on vibes.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to
graphs.
his boss's office, hoping
Numbers.
he might find an answer there.
Get Chris out of the broom closet.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was
Alright.
nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Psst. Twitch chat.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
I got some snacks. You guys want to share some snacks?
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He
It's this
wasn't
dirty
even doing
mop
anything.
water.
At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in saying no.
Oh.
As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
It's just water with some flavor in it.
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
And I got some fruit gummies. You guys
You
want
do
some
realize
fruit
there's
gummies?
no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
Alright, I only have 1 pack of fruit gummies.
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friend, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The
Oh my
broom closet
God.
ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
It's so self-aware. Do you guys hear the
Stanley
sirens
was fat
outside?
and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money.
See,
Also,
Lalo
Stanley's
likes
addicted
this
to
ending.
drugs and hookers.
A little? Yeah, it's like
Well,
a fucking
I've come to a
parade
very
of fire
definite
trucks
conclusion
outside.
about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard.
Blip.
Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby?
It's a dancing
person at
corpse.
this computer is dead.
I'm not
They have
dead.
fallen prey to any number of your countless human
What?
physiological vulnerabilities.
No.
It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please
Bro
remove
called
their
us brain
corpse
dead?
from the area
Wait.
and instruct another human to take their place, making
What?
sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
No. I don't wanna. I'm gonna hang out in this corner. It's comfy and safe, and I'm protected with this wrench. You know it's our turn with the Xbox. Nah. Reminds me of my old office. It was literally a desk and a... Oh my god. Did they put you in purgatory? I'm gonna get a drink. So, Twitch chat, how was your day? Is it hard finding a job as a cat girl? Yeah. How much longer am I supposed to stay in here? For that ending. Day is good, looking for a new place to move in. I'm good, just had lunch, now doing chores while watching a Catgirl. It's just a meme? Fucking lied to.
Ah, second player. It's good to
Second
have you on
player.
board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you.
Hi. Welcome.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's
Yeah,
office.
fuck you. Ooh, that was so dark and scary. I can't read. Hi. I wrote this in... Can someone zoom in? I can't read. I wrote this in first period and left it in your jacket on the way to school. It, I wish I could. I can't read. The words are so tiny.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself,
Oh,
maybe
we had this
I
ending.
am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming!
I'm
Yelled.
dreaming.
This is all a dream.
This is all a
Oh,
dream.
What a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't
Chat,
crazy
guess what?
after
I went to
all.
Costco and I
He thought
bought
to
a
himself,
box
"I suppose I'll
of
wake up
24
soon. I'll have to go back
ginger
to my
ale.
boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid."
I'm not drinking it yet,
So,
though.
he imagined himself flying
I'm gonna
and
have
began
some later.
to gently float above the ground.
Ooh.
Then he
Woo.
imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield. And it too
Wow.
appeared. It was so much
Pretty.
fun. And Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid?
Pretty.
And then perhaps the strangest question
Canada
of them
Dry?
all
Yeah.
entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head?
I like shopping
dictating
at Costco,
everything
just
that
hate
I'm
parking.
doing and
So
thinking?
true. My
Now
mom
the
was
voice
like, we're gonna go to
describing
Costco. And I'm like,
itself being
okay, sure.
considered by Stanley,
And
who found it
This
particularly
lovely
strange.
lady
I'm
picked me
dreaming
up,
about a voice
and we went during
describing
peak
me,
hours of
thinking
Costco.
about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought.
That was awful.
And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was
Last time I
Stanley
bought
simply
ginger ale
deceiving
from
himself,
Taco Bell, they sent
believing
me
that if
soda
he's asleep,
colored.
he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself?
Ew.
Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove
This reminds me of a nightmare I
He would
had, but I was
prove
stuck
that
in an
he was
IKEA.
in
That is a
control,
nightmare.
that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin,
Oh.
the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one.
So nice.
Let me wake up.
The sweet
thought to
release of
himself.
death.
I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job.
Put me out of
Let
my
me
misery.
continue pushing the buttons. Please. It's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been.
Posture check.
My life is normal.
On
I
Shrimp's
am
back.
normal. Everything will be fine.
Everything will be fine, Twitch chat.
I am okay.
We are okay. It's not okay. It's not okay!
Stanley began screaming.
Ah!
Someone wake me up! My name is Stanley! I have a boss, I have an office, I am real! Please, just someone tell me I am real! I must be real! I must be! Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Bleh.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself,
That's us,
and then
Twitch
collapsed
chat.
dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon
We're the
turn to
weird
go call
people.
for an ambulance,
Mariella
for
was
just a
player
few
2,
brief
true.
moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal.
Gross.
I am
Normal
sane.
people.
I am in control of my mind. I
Nope.
know what is real and what isn't.
Couldn't be us,
It was
Twitch chat.
comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her
The
would
stream on
affect her
Discord
career,
and on the
by
browser?
extension,
Oh no.
the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body,
Mariella
and
might
then
not
she turned and ran.
might not be all there, just casually standing next to a dead body. Yeah, she is kind of fucked up too, huh? She's just a little weird. Oh! Alright.
Stanley,
Or...
come over here. In the
No.
vent. I want to show you something.
Alright. Show us the goods. The fuck? Ah! Narrator sus.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be.
What the
So I
fuck?
made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it.
Oblivion?
Just our little secret.
Holy
Take a
shit!
look.
Oh my god, Twitch chat, we get to play Oblivion! It's...
I call it the
What?
Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite
Wait,
memories
not
so I can
Oblivion.
relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences
Bro
like the launch
vented?
of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Postcards. This, you know what this is? It's an episode of SpongeBob where Mr. Krabs made SpongeBob and Patrick paint his house, and then they got a drop of paint on Mr. Krabs' first dollar. Yeah, and then the best scene ever where Patrick just starts slamming the dollar with the computer. Oh, I love that. Oh, so good. Go outside. Don't play for 5 years. Very wholesome. Oh. So pretty. That's an actual... What the fuck? What the fuck is happening?
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this
Wait, I like
stunning
that
triumph
song.
of games journalism. 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3. It was all of them. And
Persona
now
3 mentioned.
it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley
Persona
Parable anymore.
mentioned.
It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Nothing wrong with elevator content. Minecraft! Portal! Stanley! Oh my god. Stanley and Mariella figures. Game dev stuff.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com.
Carpet textures.
The Stanley
Wow.
Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games
France
and one
flag,
that offers some of the most
Louis Bigot.
enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It
Yeah.
didn't need new content.
Yeah.
It just needed to be left alone. to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Eh? How do I get in there? I want to go in there. I can't go in there? Boo. That's not a flag, Lamau. My bro is so lost in the French sauce. Lost in the baguettes.
These were simpler times, Stanley. What I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again.
The serious room was the enable hacks ending. That was
Wait.
oh.
Hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
What the fuck?
Oh,
What the
no.
fuck?
Oh, God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing
Steam
as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Wow, Oblivion is sure interesting. I didn't know it looked like this. Impressive Oblivion gameplay.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear.
Poor
What
narrator.
an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks are my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down.
Oh,
Perhaps
narrator.
the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
My review would be 10 out of 10. Game is fun. I'm glad they added a pink Catgirl in the corner. It's a good DLC. What will your Steam review be? Pretty good. I like this game.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not
Wait,
if it
but I don't
means
want to
you can strike
skip.
these negative reviews from the record.
Oh God,
Only
Cthulhu!
positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's
Ah,
my motto today,
that's not
and it's
Cthulhu.
always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
What the fuck? This reminds me.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you with... Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip... Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours.
What?
You've just been frozen there. I don't
Oh
know
my
why the
gosh.
skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone.
Oh.
Completely gone.
Oh.
I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door. Oh, Stanley, you're back.
Oh my god.
You're back. Oh my goodness. I have someone to talk to
Oh
again.
my god.
Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks.
A week
I've
and the
been
plant
sitting here all
dies?
that time,
That's
just
crazy.
sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the... Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past.
Fire alarm. Shush. They didn't change the alarm. The batteries on the alarm.
But they didn't understand the game was
Oh.
never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said...
Maybe he went to sleep.
The end is never the end, is
Oh my
never the
God.
end, is never the 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 end, is
Oh my god. Ooh. Oh no, I squished the plant. A moment of silence for the plant. It was a cute plant. And now it's dead. Oh. Sunlight. Ooh. Pretty. Yuna, use your portal gun to get out of here. True. This is getting a lot like Metro? What's Metro? God, it's the fucking apocalypse. Get me out, get me out, get me out, get me out. Oh my god. Whoa. Um. Um. Are we free? Oh my god, is this Dune? We made it to the Dune. Aww. Is this what touching grass feels like? Yeah.
Someone was following Stanley. He
What?
was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Who's there? Who's there? Who's there? We'll be safe here.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then
Flashbang.
praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes.
I hope we get to listen
So,
to the guitar.
Now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick
Think
of this
fast,
gag
chuckle
yet?
nuts. Are you sick of this gag?
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any
Oh.
old time you want. like right now. You could have done it just there.
Fine.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
New content.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
New content. I love the neon sign. Yippee! New content! Woo! Content! Content, content, content,
You see,
content.
Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it
Oh my
one
God, what
step
the fuck?
even further. Which is why I'm
Why is-
very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh my god!
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor
Whoa.
additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities.
Testing
it could
2
go in
printers at
so
once.
many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2 Now
Wow,
that's
so
an
modern.
artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
I have always wished I worked in an office like this. Like really cool and modern. And cool. Kind of like the vibes of this office. It's kind of cool.
Now, to be clear, I haven't
little,
quite
like,
nailed
nuclear
down what
bunker-y.
exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it.
Sequels
I
are
figure that if I
good.
can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Portal 2, Half-Life 2, Batman 2, Divinity 2, Doom 2, Aladdin 2, Dark Souls 2. Oh, scary. New content. New features. Oh my god.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Oh my god. Wait, merch! I saw the new content. Oh, I actually like this shirt. That's actually kind of cool. Reassurance bucket. Please, no screenshots.
Okay, I'll be honest, I
Wait.
haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday
What?
it is.
What? But
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle
Oh my
back for
God.
Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle?
What?
Oh, well. I suppose it can just
What?
be a nice decorative piece, then.
That's fucked up. That's so fucked up. That's so fucked up. That's so fucked up. You are here. I like collectibles. Exit, no. I don't want to leave. Free, new and easy achievement. Oh.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the
Why
intrinsic
is this
joy
so
of watching a number go up. You simply collect
the
all of
fuck
them,
is
and then you
this?
move the hell on with your unremarkable
What
life.
the fuck? Why is that so creepy? Oh my god, what the fuck? What the fuck? Okay. Okay. That's... Okay, we're gonna leave. We're gonna go.
God, it really is the worst when you collect
What the
everything in a
fuck?
video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Collectibles. Free achievement. Pull the lever. Receive your new achievement. No more steps.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken
What?
test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
I think he wants us to arm a bomb.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist.
What?
Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
I'm gonna pull the plug on this. Son of a bitch. Melee 2. Did you get all the achievements in CS2? There are no achievements, pretty sure.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Maybe upstairs? Epilogue?
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Say your name in the game.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I
A
asked
big
myself,
room.
what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people.
Uh-huh.
So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that
Yuna.
wonderful?
Jim.
What?
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this
What happens
button
if
will
your name
say
is
your
Jim?
name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature.
Shit,
Just
I
bear
got
in mind,
doxxed.
I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget
Jim.
whoever you
We
are,
are
and simply
Jim.
become a person named Jim.
We're
I want
Jim.
you to
Jim
imagine
Derry.
yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim.
Jim.
Falling in love and being heartbroken as
Jim
Jim.
Derry.
Seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim, watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply?
Jim
Are
Derry.
you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Are you feeling like Jim today?
Jim.
Oh my god, it said our
You see?
name!
What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Jim.
Oh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the
Jim,
only new
Jim,
feature in the
Jim,
Stanley
Jim,
Parable
Jim,
2,
Jim.
it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
I love being Jim.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of
New
finishing
office.
this feature.
Oh, look at these weird carpets. Oh. Shween shaders? The baby is all bankruptcy? The baby is not a really good, grown-up businessman, huh? Cool.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable
We never
was
got
that
to
it was
see the
confusing and
bucket.
paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley,
Bucket.
anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true.
Bucket.
As long as
Bucket.
you hold onto the bucket,
Bucket.
the many disorienting contradictions of the
Bucket.
Stanley Parable
Give me the bucket.
will feel perfectly normal and
Give me the
perhaps
bucket.
even comforting.
Give me the bucket.
You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms.
Give me
And
the
to be
bucket.
honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable.
Give me the bucket.
Can you imagine what a pain in
Give
the
me
ass
the
that would
fucking
be?
bucket.
Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Yeah, give me the fucking bucket. Oh my god!
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in
I
the
love
face
my
of
bucket.
crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body.
I'm gonna name this
And in
bucket
fact,
Twitch chat.
Can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well?
Yeah, Twitch
I
chat
think
makes
that
me
just
feel really
holding it
fucking
has
cool.
made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more
Bucket,
awaits
bucket,
you in the Stanley
bucket,
Parable
bucket.
2.
We're gonna marry the bucket. I'm gonna marry Twitch chat.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Give me a second, I'm scanning this QR code. Surely it won't hack me. Oh, it's just welcome to the official website of Stanley Parable 2. Cute. Send you to a funny video.
Say there, Timmy. What's that?
Do you guys want to watch the video?
What's that? You're enjoying?
Sequels and you. Is it unlisted? It is unlisted. Wait, that's crazy. Wait. I got an idea. Alright. We're gonna watch it. Where is... Oh. 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 Movie time.
Say there, Timmy. What's that you're enjoying? Why?
Uh-huh.
It's breakfast, of course.
Oh my
Everyone
God.
loves breakfast. But did you know that breakfast is getting a sequel? That's right. It's called Lunch.
Holy
and critics
shit!
are raving that lunch will be everything breakfast was and more. With a little luck, we may even get a trilogy series out of it.
Oh my god.
Say, you know what a sequel is, don't you, Timmy? Why, sequels are the world's way of clinging helplessly to the past. We all want more of the things we love, and we're all afraid of change, which is what makes sequels so popular. New ideas are dangerous, Timmy, and they can lead to early aging.
Oh my
This
god.
eager-minded young thinker is just 29 years old. That's why we have sequels, to keep us couched in the familiar and the comfortable. Sequels are the bedrock of a healthy, functional society. And if you look around you, you'll find them everywhere you go. For instance, this man is developing a sequel to the automobile, which we'll call the vertical automobile. It's a useless, impractical invention.
Shit.
And in 2 days' time, the man will be publicly stoned to death for his crimes against gravity. Not all sequels are heretical nonsense, however. Here's the man who invented breathing, which is the sequel to suffocating and dying a slow death.
God damn.
Even your parents are getting a sequel, Timmy. Their names are Rob and Jessica, and they'll be taking care of you once your original parents are sent back in time to fight a secret war for the government. Sequels can be very fashionable. This young woman is wearing 5 shirts at once, which is the sequel to wearing 4 shirts at once. Look at Becky over there, wearing only 2 shirts at once. Get with the times, Becky.
Yeah, fucking
In
loser.
fact, there is only one single thing in the world that isn't a sequel. It's this. We don't know what it is or why it exists, but it's the prequel from which all sequels are derived. And just like everything else, the Stanley Parable is getting a sequel too. We all know, of course, that it was your favorite game as a child. Don't you remember those long, lazy afternoons you spent playing the Stanley Parable? Watching your precious youth fritter away hour after hour. We've all wasted our childhoods in one way or another, and you were fortunate enough to get to waste yours on the Stanley Parable. But the Stanley Parable came out years ago, and you're not a child
Me, but
anymore.
with Overwatch
You're a
scene.
man, which is like the sequel to a child. And as a man, you want manly things like taxes and cheating at baseball. You need a man's video game, Timmy.
Yeah. Oh,
And that's
manly.
why the Stanley Parable 2 will
so
be perfect for you. It's as manly as video games can get.
Oh my god.
And if you don't believe me, let's look at the burly hunk of a man who's responsible for the game. Huh, here he is, hard at work. His name is Gregory 8-Pack, and he's the cutting picture of raw, virile masculinity. Gregory is what we call the ideas guy, and he has the most important role on the team. The ideas guy tirelessly comes up with interesting
8-Pack.
concepts and then hands them off to the rest of the developers for the relatively simple job of turning those concepts into reality. For example, he's the one who picked up the phone and declared, "Someone ought to make a sequel to the Stanley Parable." Good work, Gregory. Go ahead and take the rest of the day off. With the hard part out of the way,
Amazing.
work on the game can now
Wow.
begin. The game's developers must answer a simple question. What makes a sequel in the first place? Well, it's simple. Sequels are an opportunity to correct the mistakes of their predecessors. We've all made mistakes, and we've all caused harm to someone we love in order to cover up our mistakes. When developing this particular sequel, it's important to start by thinking, what mistakes did the original Stanley Parable make? Well, first off,
What the
most of the pornography in the original game was stolen or pirated, and it's time we paid the licensing
what?
fees
In the
fair
original
and
game?
square. Second, the Stanley
We missed
Parable
it.
was catastrophic for this man named Leroy, whose personal information, including home address, social security number, and bank information, were all displayed prominently in multiple locations throughout the game. Although
the
Leroy's
fuck?
money and identity were stolen, the fact remains that his personal information was the emotional core of the game and absolutely vital to a nuanced understanding of the story. As reparation for the harm we caused him, the sequel will contain a brief and insincere apology to Leroy, tucked deep within the game where it will be difficult to find. Finally, the Stanley Parable made the mistake of leaking too many government secrets about the nature of the Time Wars.
The
Without
Time
these intricate details of
Wars.
specific military tactics, the story is likely to make very little sense. But we've decided to remove them from the sequel in the interest of helping the state's efforts. We'll get to you yet, Time Dracula.
Time
Now
Dracula.
then, it's time to set about constructing the Stanley Parable 2. Game development is a difficult and complex art, one which can only be fully understood by this race of hyper-intelligent child soldiers bred in laboratories.
Oh my god.
They begin by studying the original Stanley Parable. Here it is in its raw, untouched form, a specimen of technological perfection. Time to
Fascinating.
exploit it for profit. We begin by adding jokes. The Stanley Parable was most widely known for its stark lack of humor, bucking all conventional industry wisdom. It was a bold artist statement that its developers stood firmly behind. But in 2022, it's impossible to reach even a single consumer of video games without jokes of some kind. So very well,
jokes it'll be. During its development, over 500 kiloliters of comedy will be funneled directly into the core of the Stanley Parable 2,
Wow.
creating jobs for hundreds of machine operators and producing 30,000 tons of pollutant chemical
Machine
byproduct,
AI.
which will be pumped directly into local lakes, rivers, and beautiful nature reserves like these all over the country. Another common complaint of the Stanley Parable is that there wasn't enough gameplay. And so for the sequel, its developers have gone to great lengths to fix this problem. Here we can see gameplay being printed onto sheets. Every video game contains as many as 1,000 sheets of gameplay. And several of the largest games ever made contain close to 1,500. On mobile devices, the gameplay sheets have to be printed smaller. For the Stanley Parable 2, as many as 35 new gameplay sheets are being printed, each of which must be delicately massaged by the hands of a child before being added into the game. This man is stealing gameplay sheets from the factory, which he likely intends to use for a personal project he's been developing in his spare time. A good public stoning will cure him of that inclination.
Yay, public
Let's check
stoning!
on Gregory real quick. Ha! Still recovering from a hard day's work. Don't you move a muscle. Next up, it's time to blackmail the press. In a competitive market, blackmailing your local journalist can be one of the most effective methods of creating word-of-mouth buzz for your sequel. In fact, blackmail
Grab
is
my
the
pet
currency of
rock.
social progress. From your neighborhood grocer to the teacher at your school to the man who helps you steal HBO,
Is a
everyone
long video
responds
for a
to
little
blackmail.
gag. I like
And
it,
if you've
that's
never
funny.
done it before, it's easy to practice at home on your friends and family. Simply
I wanna
follow the
practice
instructional pamphlet that your
gaslighting each
teacher
other
hands out after
and
the end of
blackmailing
the
each
film.
other.
And finally, there's one last tool at our disposal for making the sequel feel fresh and exciting, and that's packaging the game with collector's edition merchandise. If you order the Stanley Parable 2, you'll receive this cow's egg. A single egg will produce over
Holy
1,000 cows, which
Oh
are,
my
of course, the sequel to pigs. And there you have it. Everything there is to know about producing the Stanley Parable 2. Of course, you may know that there is also a game titled The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. So which game is the true sequel to The Stanley Parable? It's an excellent question, Billy. One which the child soldiers have been working round the clock to come up with an answer to. And after many weeks of diligent research, the conclusion they've reached is, who gives a shit? All that matters is that it's more content for you to cram down your insatiable gullet. You don't want thoughtful and nuanced answers to complex questions, Billy. You just want to eat bubble gum and cheat at hopscotch. So get out there and consume.
How do you
Do
cheat
your
at
civic
hopscotch?
duty and bully your parents into buying you every version of the Stanley Parable 2 on every platform. Tell your friends to bully their parents as well. It's through community efforts like these that the world comes together in harmony and connection.
That's us, Twitch chat.
And it's only through this connection that we'll defeat Time Dracula once and for all.
That's also us, Twitch
Don't
chat.
let the time-traveling vampires win. Buy the Stanley
Unless that was like
Parable
Nazi
2
Germany, then
and
that's
pledge
not
to
us.
support all sequels for today, tomorrow, and into the great unknowable beyond.
Oops. The end. Billy got killed by freaking child minds. Fun fact, the devs just got a bunch of random domain clips and just rolled with it. That seems about right. Alright. Yuna's YouTube recs? My YouTube recs are a fucking disaster. They changed the kid's name like 5 different times. Do we get to leave with the bucket? Alright, we're gonna steal the bucket. Eh, where's the exit though? Oh, wait, where's the hole? Oh. Bucket is friend. We love Bucket. Uh-huh.
Stanley,
Oh
here's
my
an idea
God.
that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Domain expansion, infinite void. Yippee! At least we have our bucket to keep us
You see,
company.
isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things. Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out,
cigarettes.
Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem.
I'm not the problem.
Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
I like hanging out with my bucket in this hole. Nothing can hurt us. Chat and Yuna in a hole together.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Backflip.
Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much.
Yeah.
A normal
True.
person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh.
What?
Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before.
What?
I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up.
Oh my god, the hole is so deep.
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where...
Aw.
Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that
My
it's growing
hole.
steadily less and less infinite.
He's judging
I
my
suspect
hole.
that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely
Yeah,
deep,
maybe you can
even
judge
by the
my
lax
hole like
overall
that.
standards for accountability and marketing.
That's
What's
fucked
going
up.
on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length.
A hole made just for
Let's
me, oh
try
god.
something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is.
No!
The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's bare. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, Who am I to judge?
Oh,
You
it'll
just
scratch
do
the itch.
whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move
All
on.
holes are beautiful. Eh? Ah,
Is the
we're stuck in the
teleport
hole.
button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It's still nothing. Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley.
What?
You couldn't bear to be away from the hole,
But-
and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else.
But
Take care, Stanley.
but
I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
but my hole. What was that sound? What was that sound? What the fuck? Oh my god. We're going deeper. Oh my, so deep. God damn. Yeah, give me some EDM music. Oh my god. What the? Oh my god, puppies! Oh my god, it's his feet! Oh my god, we're buff. Oh my god. Now we're at the beach.
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley!
Oh my god.
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it.
Ah,
You
having
don't want to
fun.
miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time
No.
and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole?
No!
From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
You just gonna leave me in this hole? Eh? Oh.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Let's go back to the hole. was closed. He knew you'd try it again. God damn it. That was so fun. I think that's it, right?
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to?
Yeah.
Ready to move on now?
Ooh.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like
Another
all of the
hole.
new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
What?
I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
What the fuck?
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the
Me
first
would have to
game.
present the
I
school
wanted fans
project.
to love it. No matter how good
Same.
these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley
Oh.
Parable and simply, well,
That's us.
insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Eh? Cool. Terrifying. What the fuck? Cool. Narrator doing his best to
This
be
is the
edgy.
story of a man named Stanley.
Is this the exact same?
Stanley worked for a
With
company
the
in a big building
balloons!
where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple.
Uh-huh.
He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard.
Oh, no
Orders came to him
balloons.
through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job.
Fascinating.
Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened.
Wait, is this just every...
Something
Oh,
that would
oh,
forever
oh,
change
oh.
Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up
Oh
to
my
give him
god,
instructions, call a
balloons!
meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company
Balloons!
had
Get
this
well
happened.
someday.
This complete
I love that balloon.
isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen
Oh my
solid,
god, oh my
Stanley
god.
found himself unable to move for the longest
New
time.
content.
But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped
Balloons!
out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Balloons.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Stanley picked up the bucket.
Eh? Why is there a barrier here? Bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Nah.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
The bucket is always right.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself.
Yes,
perhaps it
we should
truly
go take
was.
the bucket
How
to meet
insightful
our
the bucket
wife.
turned out to be.
Wait, that's a great idea. I'm gonna do that.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
wrong.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
No.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
Go
The
somewhere
cargo
else.
lift. Yes, go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Yippee!
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Go into the
Stanley
dark
once
room.
again obeyed blindly.
We're gonna go take the bucket to see our wife.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
I
Pick
wonder
up
what
the
happens if
phone,
we
and it will
unplug it.
take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
Talking
Ah.
bucket.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What
What
is
the fuck?
comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last?
Everyone
How
take
can it
notes.
be
Everyone
used
take
to
notes.
effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of
50
no
to
more
80?
than
Okay.
76 degrees Fahrenheit,
76,
with one of your
okay.
arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing.
Okay.
To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next,
Yuna?
provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary.
Oh my god.
When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, I'm
I'm
Dunny
done with
the funny.
I'm Dunny with the
Practice screaming,
funny.
I'm Dunny with the funny now.
I'm Dunny with the funny.
Good. This saying is
Yay.
a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times.
Fascinating.
Just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all.
So funny,
Just
so funny,
remember
so
to
funny.
let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp.
Why does he look like Ronald
After
Reagan?
all, with each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader
what the
who
fuck?
threaten our very existence and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So, with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Oh. Oh, okay, that's new. Oh.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
We never walked back this way before. Does that mean we killed the time Dracula? No, the war rages on.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors room. What an egregious mistake.
This looks like an interrogation room.
I don't
There's an
deserve
audio
the
script
title
idea
of
in
King
here.
of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that
Again?
instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my...
I'm done with the funny. I'm done with the funny. I'm done with the funny.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Uh-huh. That is so fucking creepy.
What? We're back at the phone already? No.
Oh?
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready?
Uh-huh.
When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. we're back at the phone already? Oh, no.
I failed that, didn't
Here
I?
we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? Oh, no.
Fine.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back
What?
to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very
I
clearly.
hate this
There's
fucking
no
game.
way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Wait.
Stanley, you
Oh.
love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your
Wait.
other most prized possessions pale in comparison.
Ha 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 ha.
Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar.
Ha 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 ha.
No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes.
So funny,
I need
so
more
funny.
instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
Sorry, Leroy. Do I still get the bucket? Oh no, my bucket.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it.
Don't
If
fucking
he
say
checked
that.
over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Don't fucking say that. Huh. Hey. Bucket.
Stanley lifted the
Yeah.
bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever.
Yeah.
Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. You found one of them.
Oh
One
my
of the
God.
miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these.
What?
Only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't
That's
buy
good.
that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Hippie! I've got the feeling money's for stealing, but not yours, of course. Say, that's a lovely purse. Get away from my purse. Elevator! Yippee! So no, it's okay. I might have forgotten to tag you in it. That's also my fault. I feel like these papers are glowing. that we're in bucket form, what will you do with us? I'm gonna turn you guys over and sit on you. Flowchart is confusing me. I want to see what the flowchart looks like after. Well, that was confusing. Well, I'm gonna make myself a little smaller. There we go.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him, always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
Why is it so dark?
Was the bucket guiding him? Yes,
Oh,
this is
scary.
certainly the most logical explanation.
That was
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Yippee.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
I want to die together with Twitch chat.
The door behind
It's a
them was not
murder-suicide.
shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly
bows
walking
are cute.
Into a very painful
I want more
death
bows on my
for each
design.
of them.
Ooh. can't wait for Christmas, Yuna
As
only
the
in a
machine
bow.
whirred into motion and Stanley and
That
the
would
bucket
be
inched
cute, huh?
closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how
Look up.
meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death?
It's
This
okay,
is what
Bucket,
Stanley
don't be
thought to
scared.
himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere.
No, that's not
Farewell,
true. Don't listen to
Stanley.
him. Don't listen to him.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single
Wow.
visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all
Eh?
buckets are radiant in their own way,
Oh.
but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
Wait. Bucket. The bucket welcomes you to the grand exhibit. Oh my god.
Can you see how arrogant
my
it
God.
was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see
Inferno
the
bucket.
hubris that blinded him?
Huh?
Can you
Bucket,
see that the
bucket.
bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Goodbye, bucket. Was a room up there or something? Oh my god. Oh my god. Bucket. Bucket.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one.
Uh-huh.
It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance, inevitably, is for our own good. Yippee! This game is weirdly obsessed with war.
But there is something we can do.
They're
Something
fighting a
we
good
can do
fight.
together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by
Oh
the
my
machine.
god.
Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket.
What
We
if
can
I
save
reset?
the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler.
Okay. Let's try beginning the game and let's not die. I wonder if that was the right choice. Let's go pick up the bucket again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, I
No
forgot
matter
to
how
get
hard
the
Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
meeting today. Figurine Finders Committee. I want to find more figurines.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
What if you go out of the map with the bucket? Good idea. Is it this room? Yeah. Eh. Eh.
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear. We've done it. We've escaped
done
from
it.
that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self. The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein.
Oh my
of
god.
sadness and regret.
He's a war
And the
criminal!
many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have
Chad,
taken
you're a
to
fucking
curb
war
the madness
criminal.
and the decay, if only
That's
it had
fucked
been
up.
stronger. Of hope and
Guys.
redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the
Guys.
common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams
Aren't
and
you
wishes
into
met
that?
halfway,
No,
meted
only
out in
I can
parcels like
be a war
charity,
criminal.
and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps, if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket?
To this,
You're
the
a
bucket
bucket.
furrowed its brow.
No,
Said the bucket.
No.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as
Oh my God,
payback
this
for
is-
the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket!
It's like
This
some
is so
Oblivion
stupid.
spin-off.
Why are we even doing this?
Oh
As
my
Stanley
god.
screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like...
Huh?
My God.
Oh my
Stanley,
god!
You did it. You saved us from the bucket.
Oh
Thank
my
God you
God!
already had all 12 emblems
What?
of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
Is it? We died again! I should come here with the bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Romeo and Juliet
What could it mean?
vibes.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
That ending was also fucking insane.
Warmth spread through Stanley's
It's okay.
arms.
I
With the
won't
bucket
hurt
in
you
his
like
arms
that ever
he
again,
was
bucket.
home.
He'll never do that to you.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I think that ending was actually in the Stanley Parable demo. Oh, there's somewhere we haven't gone to yet. What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh my god, that's so creepy. Oh. A large room, lots of boxes. Stairs, something to do with stairs. I know where the red and blue is. I think I know where the stairs is, but I don't know where the large room of boxes is. Interesting. There will be a reward for lies. Who are you, 666 lol? Satan? Is that you? I want them so much. Sorry, I gotta put myself back in the bucket. There you go. Alright. Oh. Red room. Good luck. Maybe there's more hints on the table. Unifigure when? I want to. Ah, darn.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket.
No!
You can feel that, can't you?
I don't want to give you my
jealousy,
bucket.
It's as clear as day. This broom closet
Fuck
believes
you.
it deserves the bucket.
No.
I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies.
No.
Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion.
Yeah.
And lifelong friend.
Yeah.
You can't hand it over.
We belong in a closet.
We're getting into
I'm taking you
name-calling
out of the
now, it
closet.
seems. Is this how low the broom closet
Taking
has
you
sunk
out of the
that it has to
closet.
resort to this stream of petty insults
No.
simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket?
I'm not gonna hand
Stanley,
over the bucket.
I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends?
But
That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient?
what?
That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any
Oh my
inanimate object
God.
which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments.
Fuck
Expand
you.
on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal
You're a
entries
stupid
detailing the
broom
rich
closet.
emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket
I
as they
hate
have
you.
changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
You suck. You're smelly. And you're a bit cramped.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go.
Good night, dead man. Oh!
There. Now it's
Oh my
settled.
god!
No more debate.
Wait,
No more discussion.
Chad is...
Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies
There
and
we
their
go.
relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things. All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see,
Yeah! Fuck
I
it!
feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Uh-huh.
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us a silent treatment.
This
And to be honest,
bitch.
I'm sick of the pettiness on display.
Yeah!
You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Alright, so...
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Ah!
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think,
Figlies.
Stanley?
I think
What
Figlies
name
is
better
cute.
encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by one?
There,
Let me
here's your
settle it.
figurine.
I'm sure it will come to me.
Uh-uh. Because the boss knows that what the boss says goes. If the boss suffered losses, then that's what the bosses chose.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. crushed by the weight of this revelation, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Alright.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Wow. Boop.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
I'm not gonna fill you guys with anything.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears.
No,
as
it's
Stanley
okay.
cradled it gently, reassuring it
Shh, it's
that
okay,
everything
it's okay.
would be fine.
It's okay, Bucket. Don't worry. Oh, maybe there's gonna be a disco again. We can have a dance party. What about gummies? True. You can be filled with fruit gummies. Fruit gummies! Fruit gummies. Isn't this supposed to open? A bucket full of gummies would be great. True. No, I think you gotta go to the other one. Oh yeah, you're right. Never mind.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Let me in. 60 seconds? Alright. So, Twitch chat, how's your day going so far? Because we're gonna have a dance party. Eh? Oh! They did bait me. Secret. Never give up on your dreams. You never go secret. I don't know what that means. Secrets all the way. Secret mode engaged. Alright, that's fine.
No!
Dun, dun, dun,
He
dun,
couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof.
What?
The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Yeah, let's take down the system. Mind controls idle,
When at
awaiting
last
input.
they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood
Anarchy
for.
bucket. I have hands. Alright.
But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and
Oh
claim
my
the power
God.
for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was
Chat.
prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when
Betrayed
suddenly
me.
an image appeared upon the enormous screen.
Oh, wait.
Birds. Silly.
Wait, what?
Silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Silly birds. Oh. Which bird do you want? The little bird or big bird? Big bird? Alright, big bird it is. Oh. Oh.
Stanley flipped through one video
Oh.
of silly birds after another, and there dawned on him, this
Bird.
wasn't a mind control facility at all.
Step, 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 step,
It
step,
was
step,
a
step, step,
facility
step,
for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along?
Step, step,
Stanley
step, step,
marveled
step,
at the
step,
metal
step, step.
genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives
Step, step,
here
step,
in
step,
this
step, step,
place,
step, step.
flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable.
Alright, penguins get a pass.
Of
I like
all
penguins.
the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley...
Die! Die! Oh. Yeah, penguins are actually super cool. I love penguins.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, the stickers are still
Stanley
there.
picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
Are we missing 2 more figurines?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the
Stickers
bucket calling
DLC,
to him,
yippee.
telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Mm-hmm.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it-
Fascinating.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No.
said the bucket.
No.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop! Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point."
What?
Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here?
What?
Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what
What
is
the
a bucket
fuck?
and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would
What?
explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it.
No.
This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game
No.
if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket.
No.
Please, step in here for a
Woo!
moment.
It's making me go into... The flowchart Keck W? What the fuck?
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket.
What?
Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
What? Oh, that's a game show.
Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Yeah.
Incorrect. It is a
What?
hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
That's fucked up.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Yeah.
Incorrect. It is
What?
a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
What? But if it can still hold liquid, then it's a bucket.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Correct. This is a bucket.
We did it. We can hold a lot of liquid?
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Yeah.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one. Is this a bucket?
Yeah.
Correct. This is a bucket.
See?
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Yeah.
Trick question. Both.
What?
Gotcha.
Okay. Sure.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. Should be around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we
What
both
is a
clearly know that a
bucket,
bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Yeah.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with.
Oh,
I'm
we turned
afraid
off.
The bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart.
What?
I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game.
No!
entirely.
No! No! No!
Okay.
No! No!
There we go.
No! 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 No!
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. My God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets.
I'm a different kind
I
of
actually
bucket.
feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game.
Hey, yo.
So please wait. I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a
First
person.
time here, going to bed.
All right,
Keep it up.
Here we go.
Have a good night, White Bite. Have a good night. All right, we're getting our bucket back.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it?
What do you mean?
Is this Stanley's office?
What do you mean?
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together.
Uh-huh. We gotta go back.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Uh-huh.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out.
Kill yourself with the bucket?
Never mind.
Good idea.
The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the
No.
bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket.
Oh my god, it was a
His dear
murder-suicide!
So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
A murder-suicide! The yandere ending. Eh?
Where are we going today? the
Where are we
bucket
going
asked.
today?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this no...
Loving you playing
Never
this.
mind. The bucket was wrong.
I love this game and I love
Stanley
Twitch
took the
chat.
door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Nah. I have to go to the...
No,
Said the bucket.
No.
don't go to the meeting room.
Don't go to the
somewhere
meeting
else.
room.
The cargo lift, yes. Go
Cargo
there.
lift,
Good.
yeah.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to
Now
the top.
ride the lift.
There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him.
We're
It
gonna go
should
take
have
the bucket
alarmed
to
him,
see
of
our
course,
wife
because
after we do
buckets
this.
can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
I hope they let me in with a bucket this time. No!
No, stop!
Oh!
Look there on the wall. You see? There's a sign right there. It says, no bucket.
Just a stupid fucking tearing me and my love apart.
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal,
Oh my God, it's our
dish
wife.
soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
Our wife! Oh, you know what that means. I'm gonna
good
show
bucket,
you
A
to my
strong
wife.
Bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
Why is she calling employee 4 3?
Stanley clutched the
True.
bucket tightly to his. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the
What the
bucket turned
fuck?
out to be correct? Was it? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
That's fucked up.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
No.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
Alright, we're gonna take the
cargo
bucket
lift,
to
yes.
see our wife.
Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top.
I hope it's
There's
Mariella.
something up
That'd be
there I
funny.
need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It
Uh-huh.
should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
I'm back.
In here,
Said the bucket.
go
In
into this
here.
dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
No figure? Okay. Wife! Wife.
Now pick up the phone,
Said the bucket.
pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
Okay.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use
What?
a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
What? What? Is this our apartment? Wait, holy shit. We got some MTV Crib style. Hey chat. Welcome to my home. We got a suitcase. A clock that's clearly broken. Some Beats headphones, not sponsored by the way. A plant. A lamp. Some pretty nice windows. Where do you record? The magic happens in here. Bucket! What the fuck? Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket. Press J to take me to work with you. J.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship.
What?
It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
What? Press F to take me back home with you. F.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
You got a nice apartment. Holy shit. Oh. Press F to go back to work.
Well, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk.
Don't
All
listen
it
to
would
him.
ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to the loud man. Press N for us to go back home. At nighttime.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
He's not stupid. Press C to ignore anyone in your life except for me. Maybe I'm the bucket to his chat. C.
It's sad.
Ooh.
I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this
Yeah.
sort of shiny bucket.
Yeah.
Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press R to go back home. R.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket.
What are we
It's just a
watching?
little more,
Twitch chat.
what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Press J to relive the Press J to relive the same day with me over and over. J.
Oh my god, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
The buckets are yonder. Press M to go to... Press M to go home, to work, to home, to work, to home.
Oh no.
What the
I'm
fuck?
having feelings for the bucket.
Oh my god!
No, what's going on? Why do I want to
Twitch
be
chat.
with the bucket? Hear
Twitch
what
chat.
the bucket has to say.
Twitch chat, everyone relax, alright? Alright, everyone fucking relax.
Hey, do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I
Holy
had
shit.
the bucket, this would
Holy
be less
shit.
confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
Can we switch streams? Holy fuck. We're gonna fuck the bucket. I love that it's in a pan. Alright, babe. Sex is for procreation only, alright? We're gonna make little bucket babies together.
Stanley, give me the bucket.
No!
Give it to me. Give
No.
me the bucket, Stanley.
No, fuck
I
you.
need it. Give it to me now.
Close your
Give it,
eyes.
Or I'll...
Go to work. Go back to work, Stanley. I wanted to keep... have... intimate relations with the bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed
I can't
the
take the
memo.
bucket with me to go to the blue and red door room. That's so sad. I have to leave the bucket alone.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not
So
the
much
correct
volume,
way
she
to the
called it
meeting
a
room,
bucket
and
load?
Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps
Maybe
he
the
wanted to
bucket
stop
will
by the
appear in the
employee
next
lounge first, just to admire it.
Smashing the
okay.
bucket ending.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Yeah, Bucket Chen is
Stanley was so bad at
is
following
gonna make
directions. It's incredible he wasn't 5 years
appearance.
ago.
a special appearance.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really?
Yeah.
I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your... You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that
Look.
will be it.
The unifigurine.
We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them. And
Yeah.
now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us
Looting
can.
a bucket would be such a stupid script. I guess I'll start drafting it. Excellent.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time?
Oh, this part.
The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. I would We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Creepy. What?
What do we want? What are we looking for?
Oh, this part.
Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't
Wow.
it? If we just stay
pretty.
right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Time to go kill ourselves.
No, wait. Where are you going? Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please,
Backflip.
Stanley.
Whee!
Oh, thank God. No. What are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
Parkour. Wow.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
Oh, the narrator's
My
happy
God.
proceeds to jump off the
Is
stairs.
this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
Yeah.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know.
Oh, you
anymore.
walk so much slower.
I just wanted us
I just
to get
noticed.
along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
Blech.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Is my stream lagging?
Ah, the embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and
New path?
entered the door on his left.
Oh, should I have gone back? Right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him.
Doing the
telling him
narration
that
must have been so
employee
much fun,
lounge was simply
true.
the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure.
Yeah.
Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a no, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Oh, we didn't
Stanley
go
took
down
the
this
door on
way.
his left to go back to the and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance
Yeah, I
section
didn't go down
and walked
this way.
straight ahead to the opposite door.
Oh,
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
what the fuck?
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before.
Don't listen to him,
Yes,
Bucket.
I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the adventure line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Punches the baby.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue? Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
What?
It's as classic now as it was back
Does he
then.
know?
Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have
Hookers
to give
and
something up.
strippers. Ooh. Ooh. It's so scary. I don't want to go there. But I guess I have to.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket.
No.
That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable.
No!
True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket.
No.
And then pop it into the machine
No.
when you're ready.
No. 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 No.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket.
Okay.
Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable
I'm
characters?
not giving him
Well, you
my
see,
bucket.
if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so
Nope.
densely loaded with
I don't
complexity
care.
and nuance
I don't care.
that it's really
I don't
like
care.
10
I don't
personality
care.
traits. What other object in
I
this
don't care.
game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the
I don't
fans will
care.
be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it.
No,
We
I don't
can't
care.
get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
What the fuck?
The Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you.
What
All
the
of it
fuck?
squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Goodbye, Bucket Destroyer. I kind of want to go back and feed the bucket to the thing, so I want to see. Yeah, let's try that.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go
I'm
to
sure
the
you guys
meeting
will
room.
understand,
Perhaps he
right?
had simply missed a memo. The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps,
Sadly, you
he would
can't.
become both of those. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his
I
left.
forgot how to go there.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But
Oh yeah,
Stanley had
down.
felt
I
the
remember. I
bucket
remember
calling
now.
to
I
him,
remember.
telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Ay, ay,
And
ay,
here
ay,
it
ay,
was.
ay, ay.
Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than... No, never mind.
Ay, ay, ay,
The
ay, ay.
bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to them, and so the two of them
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket
I'm on my own
isn't
for
even from the original
the next
Stanley
few weeks.
Parable.
Guess
It's
this
just
shows I need a
sequel
bucket.
content.
Everyone
We're the
needs a
ones that
bucket.
matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the
Or you can
first
just have
game, like the
me.
Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before.
Go into the fire.
Yes, I know
Go.
I'm the one who gave you the
Go.
bucket, but you're spending too much time
Burn
with it.
yourself.
Don't you want another story
End
involving
your life.
the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure
Kill
Line
yourself.
go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do... Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
In game. Da ba da ba ba da ba. Ba ba da ba 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 ba. Ba da ba 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 ba. Ba ba da ba ba ba. Ba ba da ba da ba da. Ba ba da ba da da. Da 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 da.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue? Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Haha, that's a joke.
It's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm
This is
very
a
proud to
this
introduce a
sequence
brand new
is actually
character.
fucking insane.
This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it
Insert
out for
bucket
you.
to destroy. Don't take
Go
this
ahead now,
personally
Stanley.
to his chat.
Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Now listen to me. It's
Wait.
crucial that you give it the bucket.
How do I give it the
don't know
bucket?
what the bucket destroyer will do if it can't
Wait.
destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows.
How do I give
That
it the
is
bucket?
its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character
But
with only one
I can't give it the
personality
bucket?
trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to
Oh.
really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity
Well.
and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly
bucket
not.
won't
I
let
wonder
you.
what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want.
Oh my
Hurry
God.
and...
I love this part.
Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Rest in peace. This wasn't the new path I was talking about? Really? There's so much content. Do I
All of
need
his
the bucket?
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yoinks
Not
bucket.
everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a
Optional.
very lucky fellow.
Understood.
Very lucky indeed.
Left or right?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room,
Right.
but Stanley had
still.
felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that
Do I go to the meeting
employee
room
lounge
or
was simply
the
the place to be.
factory part?
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful. No, never mind.
Warehouse.
The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
No.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
oh,
The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Oh my god. 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 Oh my god.
And
Yay!
there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing
Yay!
something just for the sake of doing it.
Yay!
Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting
Yeah,
them
move this
all,
back down.
but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here.
That's it?
And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Um. Um. I can't go back. Oh, wait. I can. Aha! That's so scary. Yeah? I'm so confused. What the fuck? Ink is printer blood. That means every time you print a document, it is written in blood. Think on that. Printing is a blood sport. Vegans shouldn't print. Printers are alive. I am a messenger from the printer. Hello. Printers get a lot of stick for not being as simple as they were in the early noughties. They get a lot of hate for refusing to print when only one of the ink cartridges are empty. You think that's their call? They didn't design themselves. Educate yourself before you cast shade. $500 tons of raw copying power. What the fuck? The day of ink, it is known to the annals. Annals? For scarcely has a day been so much wanton ink shed. The English is too hard. I'm gonna go. Ooh, that's scary. Alright, we're gonna go. Narrator dialogue. Eh?
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track.
What the fuck is this?
Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes.
Hmm.
The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes.
Oh my god, he's crazy.
It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
What the fuck? Huh? Well, I didn't expect that. What the fuck? Was there more to that ending? Chat? Chat?
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim
The hallway in the
inner
beginning
richness?
turned into this room.
Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone?
Oblivion!
I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Yay! Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles. Oblivion. Oblivion. Yeah. What the fuck?
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Oh.
And here was a second Stanlerine.
Wait,
you
wait,
found
wait.
this one all on your own.
Wait,
just
wait.
by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
Oh, I missed the first one then.
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini stand?
This
Can you
one.
remember?
I didn't pick up the first one.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here behind the boss's office. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything. Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I
didn't, but
remember
okay.
being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone,
It's
so it
cute.
must have happened.
That's a big apple.
This was the 5th mini stand, and this one was really something special. It was by the red and blue doors. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
What the fuck? Holy shit! No fucking way. Oh my god, Windows Movie Maker. Holy shit! Absolute fucking cinema. Oh my god. Yeah. Thanks for watching. The best boy narrator.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else. And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the
I can't
final
fall.
figurine, right here in the warehouse. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know
I
is
didn't
that this
pick up
is the
the
moment
first
where you picked up a
one.
Figley, and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
What was that sound? Ooh.
And then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
Eh?
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the Memory Zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
The narrator's having a moment.
Okay, yes. This spot in the warehouse. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the Memory Zone,
He's going
this
crazy.
one
He's
is
lost
the most
it.
distinct and clear
He's
in
lost
my mind.
it.
Let's keep going. I want more.
Oh my god. He's gone crazy.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
Yeah.
Yes, I love that video.
Oh.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
It's cute.
These really were a
Why is
treat
this
to
so
hunt down.
fucking
You know,
creepy?
if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Chat, he's scaring me. Oh.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too.
Is scary.
The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the Figlarines. Oh,
the exit sign is so good.
Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Oh. Where was the first one? This game goes from hilarious to creepy real quick. It really does, huh? Oh, is it the jump circle?
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on.
My jumps.
I remember hating it back then. But time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
He's losing it, chat.
Oh, yes. The two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Oh, it's the same.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
He's lost it.
Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions.
Oops.
I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me.
What were a figment of the narrator's imagination?
I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship.
I got a twink.
And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he
ready
was
for
a
this?
fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once. And
I'm
give
gonna
Stanley
fill you
one
guys
more
up
run of the office,
with ginger
and then
ale.
I'll retire him for good.
What?
I did enjoy telling his story.
Oh my god, it sounds like
so
he's gonna
very
take us
much.
out back and shoot us.
Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Chai, he's gonna kill us. Oh, it's a reset.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him.
Okay.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I feel like I've seen this before. What the fuck? What Reboot the game entirely?
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
You've played Stanley before? It's a pretty fun game. This looks like Habbo Hotel. Bye, Lalo! Thanks for hanging out.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
To be rich, is it a crime? To be rich, is it a crime? To commit crimes, isn't it rich? What a life it would be to have to pick just one. English is hard. Juke the boss's door.
Stepping in.
Okay, then what do I do? It worked, but what do I do? I guess I can go back. What? What? Eh? This is not a scary game. 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 Okay, we're ready. You are now leaving. Good thing we have... I'm gonna move my drink away in case I freak out and spill it. At least we have our emotional support bucket with us. It's getting darker and darker. Escape. Walking backward makes it less scary. Okay, it's not scary. It's okay. Don't cry. I'm doing this because I love you. I want you to live a long and fulfilling life, away from this horrible, repetitive monotony. So believe me, I do this for you. My love! My bucket! I love you! Everything I do is for you! Don't forget me! Ah!
All of his co-workers were
Wait,
gone.
that was crazy.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
With the buckets actually... Okay, we have to do that again.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person
Okay,
here
all right.
either. Feeling a wave of disbelief,
We're gonna
decided to go
go
up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping in...
I'm coming for you. My love. I'm coming for you. I can't live in this world without you. Panting, running towards my lover. I'll be back for you. You are now leaving. I'm coming for you. Talk about something interesting? No, this is more important. This is life or death right now. Oh my god, how many fucking stairs are there? At least 2. Never thought I'd be so invested in a bucket. We're coming for you. My love. What? Wait. But...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay.
And try not to lose this one too, you dolt.
What? He's being too sassy. He's being too sassy. Well, that was a cool reset.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Oh yeah, we never came down here. With the bucket at
But
least.
Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy.
Is this ending the same?
And then, something occurred to Stanley.
Yeah, it is.
Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort.
No!
And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket.
Bucket-chan!
Now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. Now he felt himself floating off the ground.
Oh, now it's repeating.
Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Bucket?
Stanley! Stanley, it's me!
Bucket?
The bucket! Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Oh my god!
To me, Stanley! Find me! He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along.
What the fuck? We vored the bucket?
Painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
We vored the bucket? That's fucked up.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other.
We vored the bucket!
She rose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and
That's
security,
crazy.
and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk.
Okay.
Right away,
Okay.
she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video
Bucket
game.
list and
It could all
sad.
have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter.
Fuck
Of
you,
course,
bitch.
She had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on
Okay,
everything.
fucking bitch, she's
At least,
bragging
she thought
about
to
it.
herself, my life kicks ass.
Yeah, fuck you.
And she backflipped all the way to work.
Fuck you. I hope your bucket gets a hole in it.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
Weather, you say? I could go outside. This should be our bucket.
Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace, protective yet delicate, assertive yet compassionate. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Hunter, how many
Still
more
no one was
endings
here.
are there?
Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I bet there's a lot. Oh, most of them have a bucket version. I see. Is there one with this elevator? Yeah, it's the boss's elevator. Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast, money crisp. Like that? Oh, maybe I have to do it from the outside. Good night, dance. That's not this elevator? There's another elevator?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even not, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
I can't click up. Oh.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket.
Oh.
Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing.
Okay.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over. Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
Interesting.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly. No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet.
Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
The bucket thinks we're insane.
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
Sad. He doesn't get it.
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be? Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work.
What the fuck is
For months he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
An evening with world peace, baby. Q&A with world's first sentient machine. Oh my God, we're insane.
One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
Your co-workers? So they didn't disappear. I knew they wouldn't leave me.
There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over.
3.
He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure. And in that moment, Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back
into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
That's so sad. I can't believe the bucket would do that to us. How could you do that to us, Bucket?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Ugh.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
It's okay, the bucket's still here.
Stanley's bucket. The only co-worker he would ever truly need.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Ended up falling asleep?
Stanley clutched
Nap
the bucket
time.
tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth
I think I
and
know
comfort
what
now
I'm
more
missing.
than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley
I
nearly
forgot
dropped
if we
the bucket in
pressed
shock.
on
Everyone in
or
the
off
office was
on the
being
mind
videotaped,
control.
monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Everything will be okay. I pressed on
Was
last
the
time?
bucket
Alright.
under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At
Never!
this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again... Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley
Time
and the
to
bucket had
touch
defeated
grass.
their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away.
Grass.
Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end.
Psychopaths.
True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and...
Huh?
What? Wait. What was happening?
What?
Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence
Head
filled the
Horty,
room,
oh no.
lingering in uncertainty. Until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
Oh.
Even
No,
the facility itself
no,
recognized the
no,
incredible
no.
calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket.
No.
Go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket.
Hey, have a good night.
To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As
If
long
I
as I have
go
my
insane.
bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Yeah? That reset?
All of his co-workers
It's like
were
he
gone.
died.
What could it mean? Stanley
Like he
decided to go
heckin'
to the
died.
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I will, thank you.
Is Stanley, without the bucket, really Stanley at all? No, surely not.
Are we missing any endings? I'm sure we're missing like a couple.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Left?
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever.
Through boss's
Perhaps his boss's
elevator?
office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Oh, like this elevator.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
And then go down.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
The climb on chair? Which chair?
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
Which way do I go? Mind
But of
control or
course,
escape?
Stanley and the bucket thought better of it and realized they simply had too much to live for.
Straight. Jump on chair. Oh? Oh!
But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility,
Oh.
he tripped and fell over the railing and into the
Oh.
dark void below.
Oh.
Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his
How?
fall. Now, what to do next, Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down
What the
here.
fuck?
A bit cold, perhaps. After some time had gone by,
What?
they installed a few shelves as
How
well.
did we
and
get
a sort of
these?
kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis. But it wasn't until the
What
rugs
the
and the standing lamps
fuck?
came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some
What
time,
the
Stanley
fuck?
realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as
Aw.
Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning.
Oh.
It unsettled the bucket deeply.
Oh my
Stanley
god.
wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket. It was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
How come Ken wasn't at your dream? One of these days, I'm gonna have to move my my other site stream. Ha 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 ha. Cut the tapes! Cut the tapes!
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it
And
a
the
painting
stream!
or a photo? He could no longer recall.
Yeah, I gotta move my fans. One day I'll move it to a Monday. I'll do it
As
on a
Stanley
Monday.
lifted his bucket, he felt a connection to all buckets everywhere. This adventure, he decided, was for all.
Yeah, the brand is Lee.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Am I missing any big ones? Is the new content door there? On the left? I don't think so. No. It used to be here.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now
Maybe
more
I
than
have
ever.
to
Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd
reboot the
find
game
answers.
entirely. This whiteboard has been telling me to do this for like a couple of resets now. Do without the bucket entirely.
Coming to a
Alright,
staircase,
I can try that.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's.
Boop ba-doo ba-doo, boop ba-doo ba-doo. Eh? It's climb the chair without the bucket. Okay. Eh? Before we get started, can I say something? Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock set at 12 and call it a day. But you're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know that you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see the screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whichever time you want. Even if it's not the correct time, you've earned it. Alright, I'll let you get back to the video game now. That's cute.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Kisses the bucket. I'm going on an adventure, babe. I'll be back before you know it.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Oh, see? It's gone!
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Hoping coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Peepo Jam. Vibe.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated,
Nice.
Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway. Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Whee! Clonk.
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Welcome! You see,
Thanks.
back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the Mind Control Facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours. So, here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content?
Yeah.
Always more content, more content, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility.
Yeah!
Well done.
Good job. You did it.
Good job.
Good job.
Good job.
3, 2, 1. Good job. You made it to the bottom of the mind control facility.
Jumped on catwalk.
You should have
Should've
been careful.
Should've been careful.
It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending. Now
Yeah.
it's an ending. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier. Chase your dreams. Railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it.
Good job, you did it.
Good
Good
job,
job, you did it.
Good
Good
job,
job, you did it.
Good job, you did it.
We
Good
did it,
job,
Twitch
you
chat.
did it. Good
We
job,
did
you
it.
Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it.
Yeah,
Good
yeah,
job,
yeah,
you did
yeah.
it.
Amazing.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh,
When
there's one
Stanley
thing I
came to a
haven't
set
tried.
of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
I wonder if it's
Perhaps
the
he
same as
wanted
the
to stop by
first
the employee
game.
lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Yeah.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
Unplugging my
Please,
wife without the
Stop trying
bucket.
to make every decision by yourself.
It might be the same
Now,
though.
I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem
Also, that
yourself,
sentence is crazy.
to put
Unplugging
your work
my
aside,
wife.
to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Think it might be the same.
That's her, Stanley. You. Oh, no, you can't. Did you just unplug the phone?
Oh, yeah, it's the same.
Now, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I
I'm a
just
real
see-
person, bitch.
No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated
so
it
mad.
entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person.
Take notes,
But if
chat.
used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous.
There's also a vent
For
ending with
example,
the tapes.
in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice.
I already
He
went
could
there
invent a
though.
machine that eliminates food shortages across
Oh, is it
the
because I went
world
with the
to make
oh
life
without the
better
bucket?
for all
Okay, I'll go
people.
there.
Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness,
okay.
is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
bag, sack, and crack.
Excellent.
Oh.
Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process.
I feel like I got baited there.
Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Fascinating.
Welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction.
I think the
worry.
game is...
Now that you're properly informed
Shaders
on
are
good
broken, holy
decision-making,
shit.
we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Okay.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying.
Those are the last two?
Imagine the main
Okay.
character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
I don't think I can get up right now. I'll have to come back for this. I don't like it when they open the doors for me. It's really scary.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Same. Oh.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone?
Since it's the same.
All of his co-workers were gone. What
We'll
could it
do
mean?
the vent.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Oh, JK?
Wow. Yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Wah!
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a
Scared me.
silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights.
So sassy.
How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
Aww. Do the elevator down, up without the bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley
There's another
decided to
two
go to the
involving
meeting room.
making
Perhaps he
the
had
jump
simply
but
missed a
facing
memo.
backwards. Reboot the game? Oh yeah, I gotta put in my favorite time. Enter the current time. What's my favorite time? My bedtime, 4 a.m. Ah, 4 a.m. Your favorite time of day. Or could you simply not resist giving me the correct time again? After all, I know how much you enjoy setting the time correctly. Okay, now I'm curious how accurate 4 a.m. is. Let's use another slider to find out. You know, can I just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be set. It's good to collect data. I wish we had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invest in some new sliders to gather new data on you. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, let me whip a couple new ones up. Should be ready by the next time you boot up the game. That's so cute. Alright, now...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go
For
to
those
the
you gotta
meeting room.
start
Perhaps he
the
had
lift,
simply
but
missed a memo.
get off the lift and then jump. Like as it's moving
When
already?
Stanley came to a set of two open doors,
Okay.
this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Yes, truly a room worth admiring. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took
I
the
think
first open door on his left.
I could try.
Stanley was so
It's
bad
like
at
juking
following
the doors,
directions,
right?
it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Oh, well, look who's got cold
Oh.
feet. Sorry to break it to you, Stanley, but that lift isn't coming back. You'd best either get comfortable right here on this platform, or test your luck by jumping to the floor below. You know what? Looking at it now, it's not that far to the bottom floor. I bet you can make it.
It's like he wants us to die.
Come on. I'm sure you'll survive the jump. Don't tell me you're scared. That's not the Stanley I know.
I'm gonna land
Do
on
it,
those boxes.
Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it.
Oh my god, he wants us to die.
Whoops. Looks like I was wrong. How clumsy of me.
He wanted us to die. That's fucked up.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting
With
room.
Bucket?
What new mysteries lay in store
Mwah,
for our
I've missed you,
bucket-loving
Bucket.
heroes today? Let's find out. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
I love
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Bucket.
No,
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes.
Oh, well, look who's got cold feet. Well, from here, it looks like the only way forward is down, since the lift won't be coming back, but that's okay. You've got a bucket. Did you know that buckets are routinely used as cushioning devices? It's true. You can fall on a bucket from literally any height and survive. Whoops. Looks like I was wrong.
Liar!
I'm clumsy up here.
Liar! Liar!
All of his co-workers were gone.
Freaking
What could it mean?
liar.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Holy freaking liar. Yeah, I'm going to the elevator now.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Bucket or companion cube? Ooh, that's
Feeling
a good one.
soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the
I'm gonna go with
opened
bucket.
passageway.
I'm gonna have to go with the bucket. I'm gonna have to go with the bucket.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Psych.
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
I just keep going down and up. Yeah?
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have. An incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow. I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
Oh.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this? Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No.
Spooky.
It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
the
It's
fuck?
the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this.
Eh? Uh-huh.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No! No, wait! No! I need more time to process.
Dun dun dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun.
All right. I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
Uh-huh, that's right. That's what I thought.
Of course. Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes, you can call me Master Yuna.
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill.
Is he holding me
Oh, I
hostage
simply
here?
don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow?
Damn, we getting
There
sensual
we
here.
go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises? To have
You
to
can call me
think
Mistress
and to
Yuna too.
anticipate
That works
and
too.
then to marvel at the eventual reveal. This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years. And it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is
I
unique
did get
and
the
different.
broom closet
It's not
ending.
like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel
Yeah,
sharp
we're starved
and
for
vital
content.
and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley. Because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why, though I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you. So that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh good, we're here. Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
Baby.
Yes, here it is, just through this door.
Robot.
All right, are
Welcome,
you ready?
Stanley.
I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry, you'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you.
The
Go
dude
get
who
'em.
came up with pizza. Oh my god! Oh my god! Woo! Oh my god! Oh wow. This will be Yuna in a year. Oh, I already fell down that one. Now I'm gonna reset. Uh-huh. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Sure. Please Please adjust the slider until the dog and the cat are friends. Ah! Please adjust the slider until the number 5 becomes number 9. That's not what I was expecting. This counts. Please adjust the slider until you stop adjusting the slider. Which of the two made-up words below is most appealing to you? Okuboinkle or Scrumtush? Okuboinkle. Please don't adjust the slider. I want to do it. I want to do it. I did it a little bit. Do you know what time it is right now? Yes. Is the time that it is right now the correct time? Yes. What time is it anyways? Yes. Is there anything about yourself that you haven't told me? Yes. Huh? Yes. Will you come back to visit me? Yes. I think that's all the endings, right? Then let's restart the game. Brat, activate. What time is it? Does anyone really, truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all the game settings to your exact specifications, but who hasn't? It's just what I do, like a day job. And now the job is over. There's no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data on you that I can. And I still don't really know you. And you don't know me. And neither of us know what time it is. I guess some settings are just unsettable. But if I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyways. You won't have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. Video games were meant to be played alone. You like being alone, don't you? Yeah. That's maybe the only information I really learned about you. Well, it's time for me to leave. There is still one more setting that we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. It's not really in my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again, if you can find me. Talk soon. Epilogue? Epilogue. Many, many years later. What the fuck? How is this an epilogue? Okay. This is really pretty, actually. It's so pretty. Oh. Ah. Oh no! Chair-chan! No! Ah. Wow. Pretty. Wow. So pretty. Do I get motion sick easily? No. My eyes get tired, but that's about it. Oblivion. Outer Worlds is fun if you like space. A random generator, perfect. Why is the music so fucking creepy? Why is this so fucking creepy? Why is this so creepy? Why is this so creepy? Why is this so fucking creepy? Why is this so creepy? What the fuck? Review! The Stanley Parable 2. Oops. Like so many, I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly disappointed I am with its sequel. Where the first game teamed with originality, the Stanley Parable 2 is dull, uninspired, and often insulted its fan base. Rather than expand on what made the first game enjoyable, the sequel veers off into a territory nobody asked for. An infinitely deep hole? Who cares? Where are the new endings? What about enjoyable bits from the Stanley Parable 1, like the adventure line? Instead, we get an uninspired side quest collecting figurines. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Collecting all the figurines gives you nothing. I must say, though, I found the bucket to be quite comforting. A welcome reprieve from blah, 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 blah. I like the infinity hole, too. Stanley Parable developers. No more spin-offs, no more sequels. When the Stanley Parable launched as massive success in 2013, its creators made plans to build the property into an entire franchise. But a disastrous critical and commercial reception to the Stanley Parable 2 has prompted the developers to rethink their ambitions, as outlined in a press release they published today. It's clear that more Stanley Parable is is just not what the fans want, reads the press release. We thought that we had a vision for this series that players would be excited about, yet it turns out that we could not have been further from the truth. The press release goes on to promise to preserve the artistic integrity of the original game, and to stop assaulting fans with our reckless and insulting creative visions. The word sorry appears more than 25 times in the press release. Tragic. Name. Jim. Wow. Figurines. Any more before I fall into the hole? Whee! Oh, I didn't explore yet. Hello again. Oh, hi! It's nice to see you. But it's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what the developer said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise? What nonsense! The Stanley Parable is not sacred. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. And if people hate it, who cares? You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling on to the legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard. In fact, let me show you. Together we're going to make the Stanley Parable 3. It's simple. All we do is change the number in the game's title screen. We also need a really dumb subtitle for the game. Something loud and gaudy. Go ahead, try combining some random words together to make a new title for our game. Lord of the Boyfriends is me. Evil Skellington. Yeah, Lord of the Boyfriends. Grilled Boyfriends. Wait, Curse of the Boyfriends. Thank you, Dig.
Digweb tipped $3. I forgot we can TTS. Also, Eunuch, can I marry you?
Twitch chat can marry me. I also forgot I had TTS. Curse of the Boyfriends. The Stanley Parable 3, Curse of the Boyfriends. It's absurd. I love it. Every time you restart the game, we'll advance the number of the sequel by 1. And then we'll pick a new subtitle. That way, Stanley Parable will never end. And nothing in this game itself will change when you do this either. Adding more content sounds like work. No need to do that. It'll just be the same content, recycled again and again and again with a new title screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan? I like it, but I want you to have a say in this as well. Let's do it. Good, then it's agreed. A new sequel every time you start the game. And you know what? Since you've put faith in my idea, I feel like giving you something as well. You see, I'm noticing that the narrator has never found a way to give you the broken achievement, did he? Of course not. I wouldn't expect him to know how. It's been bothering me. Let's fix it. Alright, there. The achievement machine is all fixed. You see, I'm on your side. We're in this together. We're gonna keep this train rolling. The Stanley Parable cannot end. It can only spiral in on itself forever. I must keep the wheel turning. I'm ready. Are you ready? Great. There's only one last thing we need to do. Please enter the current time. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Thank you. Please enjoy the Stanley Parable. Yippee! Ah! Yay! Oh! That was sick. Now we're gonna quit. That was cute. I like that. More hole. We're going with that. More hole. That one's good. It's getting crazy. I'm fucking streaming for 5 hours. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Stanley's Tiny Didgeridoo. At Stanley 8, start the game. Understood. Oh my god. Wait, this is good. Love the music. You ate before stream too? Yeah, I did. But it's been 5 hours. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Stanley Parable 6. Passion of the Hole Punch. Yes. What the fuck is that supposed to be? I love the glitter and sparkles. That's perfect. 5 hours and counting of Yuna. It's a lot of Yuna. Still not enough. Dealing with the boyfriends. As me dealing with Twitch chat. Saturday night content. Oh my god. Is that our boss? Cinema. Alright, Stanley Parable 8 time. It's definitely clip art. In search of hole. Where hole? My god. Eh?
Hold on. What's this?
What? Does the demo also have a pile of game controllers and A shark on a stick, and a stapler and tape. The Stanley controller.
Eight.
The Stanley Parable 8? No. This doesn't look right at all. The Stanley Parable takes place in an office building. There are doors and branching paths. This is just a button that says 8. Where did the Stanley Parable go?
Eight.
Well, I'm looking around and I really can't find the game anywhere. No boss's office or mind
Six
control
afraid of
facility.
seven? 'Cause
or
7,
any of
8,
that.
9.
Literally just this 8 button. And what's worse is that you seem to be having a better time with this nonsense game than with the story I wrote for you. I'm actually a little insulted.
Eight.
Because 7 is a 6 offender.
Eight.
Such a deep callback. This is only something the people who played the original demo will love or will get. I never played the original demo. I do like pressing this button
what
though.
happened to the Stanley Parable or what the 8 button is, but apparently you're having a riveting time with it. And frankly, I don't even want to pander to someone who finds this enjoyable. So with that, I guess just go ahead and enjoy the Stanley Parable 8.
Is that... So did I get all the Easter eggs? Alright, with that Twitch chat, I'm done for the night. Thank you so much. One more ending unlocked? What do I do though? Tell me what to do. What happens if I keep restarting the game? Take the bucket into new content? Ah. Alright. We're stuck in here again, Twitch chat. Inspector Scream. Oh, scary. Take the bucket into new content.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Bucket.
Now this, Stanley thought to himself, this
new
is
content.
a bucket. And indeed it was.
Yippee! New content, new content, new content, I forgot what was
You
up
see,
here.
Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable. and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense.
Yeah.
I say we take it one
Oh my
step
God.
even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh. Wow.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
New content, new
Calling it the
content.
Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
New features.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts,
Oh, the new
that surely the
achievement?
game will sort of naturally spring up around them. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Oh yeah. Get a second bucket? Let me get the achievement first.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. As you can see, the machine is not working yet since... What? Wait, what in the holy hell is going on? You got the achievement?
Yeah.
Why did the machine work? Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago. Who fixed it? Is someone here? Are we being watched? Oh, God. Composure. Composure. Yes, as you can see, the machine is working as normal, as I intended. It truly speaks to the awe-inspiring magic of the Stanley Parable 2. Breathe. Just breathe.
He's panicking, he's panicking. Get a second bucket, huh?
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Where's the bucket? I forgot where. Oh. Bucket, 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 bucket. Bucket, bucket.
Wait, there are 2 buckets here. How did you get a second bucket? Oh no.
It doesn't matter, it
The
doesn't
comfort
matter,
of a
it doesn't
single
matter. Just
bucket
give
is
it to me.
already so great, so intoxicatingly wonderful. With 2 buckets, there's no telling. Stanley, can you still hear me? Are you with
Give it to me.
me?
Give it to me. Ah!
Stanley!
What?
Oh, thank God. I didn't lose you. Stanley, the power of 2 buckets was too much.
Oh my
I had to
God,
destroy
no!
both of them. I know how much the bucket meant to you.
No!
I hope one day you can forgive me.
Oh, this is awful. How could this happen? How could this happen? No. Life isn't worth living anymore. You know what we must do. We must do The unthinkable. We must go into the hole.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm
To
truly
the
fond
hole.
of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling.
Life is useless. Life is meaningless without my bucket.
One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue on. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Okay, and I guess we're back in the hole now. Did you really need to see it again?
Yeah.
I don't know
What
what
happens
else
if I just
there is
keep
to say,
pressing
Stanley.
G?
It's an infinite hole. It's exactly what you're doing right now, but forever. There really are so many other fascinating exhibits that I've prepared for you. I really spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them. How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again so we can get back to what's really important about...
Oh.
Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley. I'll be honest with you. I truly did not believe that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom. Yes, I know, I told you the hole was infinite, but come on. Who actually wants to fall forever? The hole was plenty deep. It was more than deep
Oh my
enough,
God, there's
in
more?
my opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the...
Okay, then let's just restart the game. The final
All
one.
of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Finally, yes, the bucket. Yes, yes, yes. I love that bucket.
Oh, I was supposed to exit it, wasn't I? Oopsie. I got too impatient.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be.
Can I just go straight to the
original
exit?
Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
2.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features. Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement. All right, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Emotional support bucket.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly
I'm getting a
clear
snack
yet
while
how
he yaps.
exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay.
Each the
Are
bucket.
you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's
yummy
sort
bucket.
of... Okay, never mind.
Yummy, yummy.
Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable
Are they making
and
a third game?
Well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen.
I like games like these.
A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Terrifying, okay.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
What?
Stanley worked for a company in a big building.
I was eating rice pudding.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. One man, one bucket, one chance to seize their destiny.
Wait, why is it not new content? Hi, Yandere Coom Expert. Crazy name, love it. The Coom Expert. Oh, I glitched the music. Help! Bonus ducks. It's not new content. Dig. You gotta stop asking not safe for work questions. It's still going to the expo, should go to the old new content. Maybe you need to go to normal ending once? Define normal ending. I'm just gonna throw myself off of the ledge.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee
quick
lounge
reset
was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it never mind.
My God, so dark.
The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
We just need to isekai ourselves.
No,
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room.
Backflip.
Go somewhere else.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. It's bucket time.
It's bucket time. It's still... Maybe I needed to explore all the content.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
You should go to the jump circle bit.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Is it because I picked up the bucket?
Clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
You go to the jump circle. Where is it?
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2...
The jump circle's not
that's
here.
An artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Oh, I'm stupid. But there's no jumps.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle? Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
I will just look up that ending, because I am tired and hungry. Good stream, everybody! Good freaking stream. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out. I will have some good food. I have a lot of rice pudding. It's yummy. Thanks for the stream, Jim. Yeah, I'm Jim. Jim Dere. Go eat and eat. I'm going to do both. I'm gonna eat in my eep. Thanks everyone for hanging out. See you guys on Wednesday when we learn how to traffic drugs. Yippee! Yay! I can't wait to play Schedule 1. It's gonna be so much fun. Thanks, everyone. What about Saturday? I don't stream here on Saturday. All right, good night. Bye. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you.